Welcome in, YouTube, to part 3 of Morrighan Initari's adventures through Endwalker, where hopefully we are making it at least to the first trial. That's only 8 quests away, but Lord knows, the cutscenes in Endwalker are something. That's a good something, but they are long, and yesterday it took me like an hour and a half to get through 3 freaking quests, so we'll see what happens. Don't forget that you can like, comment, and subscribe down below. You know, I have to tell you that you can do that apparently because I don't know how to do intros. And click the bell for notifications so you know when I post new videos. And that you can catch me on Twitch at twitch.tv/CalebGamesHere, where I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, usually starting between 9 and 10 a.m. Pacific time. I love you, YouTube, and let's get on into the gameplay. Where is my... There it is. I know what I'm doing. Alright, Euless. No good deed. Alright. Now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. Right now we're trying to find ceruleum for tertium. Let me lower this down. Alright. I did not grab my comfy, like, standing pad. So you know what? We will grab that when we have like an actual cutscene. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of wall machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there is any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Okay. Seems easy enough. Understood. Let's get to work. Nope. Ignore me, Colossus. According to the gauge, this tank is empty. Appears to be broken. Well. It is still half full! Or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Well, that was easy enough. I didn't expect that to be so easy, but hey. I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? Yes, buddy, it is. It is indeed. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alice and Alfino are faring. Hopefully, they're doing okay. I think this is when someone comes and talks to us, if I remember correctly. I also feel like it's voice acted.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of our scouts follow you at a discreet distance.
I figured as much.
We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything.
We're helping them get ceruleum for their heaters. And they think the 10th is coming.
The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for.
Oh yeah?
Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Okay.
With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
Well, that's good.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I do have that plot armor.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Oh, sweet. I'm not gonna have to run myself over here.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all what I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
For now, anyway.
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
It was indeed, Quintus.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
Always. Well, I guess we're not in the first anymore, so we aren't always being watched, technically.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
Indeed, what did he mean?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here, as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
Fuck.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
Welcome in, Sogo. Welcome in.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
He doesn't want to.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Everything will be alright. Have faith, you two. Have faith.
Get them out of here.
And all of this was after we helped them. Quintus will get his karma. It'll happen. Oh, let's bring back the webcam. Alfino and Alice will be fine, provided they do not resist. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent replies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Isle for further details, in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Sogo, I almost called you Saruman. It'll probably be about a month before I get my hair dyed. But we are talking with the person who does it to figure out what I need to do on my side to make sure it's all done healthfully, so that my hair isn't all fucked up. You again. Ask the Isle, he said. So that's to be the way of it after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of God. What do you want with me? Ask the Isle. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. I remember... This has something to do with basically, like, they will be sacrificing themselves for what they think to be the greater good of Garlemald. I mean, that's kind of heavily implied by what they just said. I just don't remember exactly how this goes down. Have you done as instructed? Their duties involve more than the transportation of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. This part, I remember being a little rough on your emotions. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay. Unable to move on. Wait here? Yeah, we have to.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to.
That fucking sucks.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald.
Oh, is this when he does it?
But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
Buddy, you don't have to apologize for blood.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Don't worry, Thancred will be along shortly to let you all free. The slow scoot over.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum.
Yeah? Glad you're drawing that connection.
Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance.
Yeah? Glad you're seeing that now too,
I've
Alfie.
since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
All this way to lose.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too.
Well,
Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
That's
There'll
adorable.
always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alfeno. Their collars were removed without complication as well.
Fuck yeah, let's
They
go.
report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Well, this is unfortunate.
Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
That's saying something coming from a fellow child.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted.
Damn.
That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies. Every word.
We have the paper, if you should like to see
It is
it.
the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th decision.
Yup. This is when he does it.
Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you.
Get the fuck out of my sight.
I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
You feel bad for him here. Oh boy.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
They're really like laying it on there, aren't they? Too late. All right. I will be. Much and more has occurred since since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Strange bedfellows. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Euless back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alfino, Alice, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. You feel bad for Euless here because he really thinks he's doing what needs to be done. We're gonna pick this up. Just who I was looking for. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rimelnard of Ishgard. I've been put in charge of our arrangements with Tapper's Den, you see. However, the very first of the Tappers to come bearing Ceruleum has asked quite a lot of us if I do say so. They wish for our help in getting Juturna Platform G up and running. The very same platform that's at the head of the Imperial's primary energy pipeline. What's more, he's a Garlean. I was convinced the only engineers left in Tapper's Den were from conquered territories. In any case, I'm not qualified to judge the motives of the man. I'd feel much more at ease if I had someone of your experience helping to make the call. Yeah, buddy, I got you. I thank you for your willingness to assist, Let us go and speak with the tapper in question. He's a man by the name of Appius. Oh, and he's just right down here? Okay. Also, it's a long way back to Tertium, so like, if there's a quest that we pick up that's blue that's on the way, we might as well do it, right? I suppose you must be the friend Reimelnod wanted to fetch? Yeah? Yeah, my thanks for getting him to agree to my proposal. Do not misunderstand. I have yet to agree to any such thing. I merely wanted someone else present during our talk. Very well, though I do believe my proffered deal would be a boon to us and the Ilsebot contingent alike. I used to work on Juturna Platform G, you see, so I know more than most about the facility and its operation. That may be so, but your relationship to the facility notwithstanding, why should a Garlean such as yourself still be taking refuge in Tapper's Den? We've been led to believe that the former workers residing there were from other territories. You're right on the technicality. I was a supervisor, rather than your typical staff. When the platform went down, it only seemed right that I stay with my crew. I always thought we were close, but living alongside them in Tapper's Den has made me realize that I took them and their skills for granted. And that's to say, nothing of the blind eye I turned to their struggles. That's why I came to you. It's high time I be of some real use to them, and everyone else if we're lucky. If we manage to get the platform back in working order, it'll dramatically increase our capacity to pump and refine ceruleum for everyone in the region. Sadly, we're more than a few hands short of a full workforce, not to mention the lack of supplies. Which is precisely where you come in. Help us get things up and running again, and you'll have your share of the ceruleum coming out of the rig. You couldn't come up with a more mutually beneficial arrangement if you tried. So he says. What do you think? I don't know, he seems trustworthy to me. Yes, I'd been leaning the same way myself. Ultimately, what he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher-ups would assent to this. I suppose that is how it goes when you're dealing with military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw your lot in with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal. I shall do you a service to prove myself worthy of your contingent's trusts. I had a look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I've spotted a few ceruleum engines in need of repair. If I fix them up, your superiors would have no reason to suspect that I want to see you driven out. Well, less reason in any case. Assisting us with the use of local technology would go a long way, I'd imagine. That said, I've not heard anything about the ceruleum engines we've scavenged breaking down. It's not as if they're entirely useless, yet, but I guarantee they're not running as they should. Give me the opportunity, and I can have them working more efficiently and safely. You're welcome to accompany me while I do so. That way you can ensure that I didn't do anything suspect, and then vouch for me with your superiors. I have no objections. I trust you will sense anything amiss. Bro, do I look like a fucking HVAC technician? I don't know what he's doing. Let us begin with a proper inspection then. We can get to work as soon as you're ready, Morrighan. Yep. Though the ultimate objective is to get the engines running at full capacity, the purpose of this inspection is to work out what parts we'll need. However, I would hate to fumble something and be accused of sabotage, so I'd appreciate it if you could be the one to lay hands on the devices. Never fear, I'll be right behind you telling you what to look for. If we inspect, say 3 of them, we should have a decent idea of what needs repair. Lead the way. Fucking hell. I should have known. I'm gonna assume these are all near buildings. Yeah, there's one. Now the question comes, is it inside? Yes. So before we leave this one, before we left the inside of that building, I wanted to make sure I looked around. Are you Serena? No, you're just someone else. I guess if it was Serena, it would have had her name. Oh no, it's over there. I ran right through that, man. Oh. Let's talk to you real quick, get the gemstone thing out of the way. Oh, come on! No, not you, what am I doing? Here we go. Mobby. Praise be to your deft hands. I have no idea what our next step ought to be. Or, I have an idea what our next step ought to be. Though perhaps it would be best to apprise Rymanald of your progress first. Aye aye. This is a long run. How are our engines? Alas, I fear that each of those we examined are guaranteed to break down sooner or later should you continue using them in their current state. I was gonna move my camera, but I changed it. Surely you jest. I swear it on my integrity as an engineer. You are in dire need of instruction in the proper operation of ceruleum engines. You saw the little lamp light up when you touched the switch, correct? That only illuminates when there's an issue with the engine. It was switched off for want of fuel when the settlement was abandoned, no doubt, which prevented them burning out. Only to let them freeze solid instead air, you lot turned them on. From the state they're in, I can only assume it didn't occur to you to warm them up first. I noticed you have heating technology of your own, but it will do you no good should the engines to power them break, now will it? You have nothing to lose and everything to gain from my assistance. I am a machinist from frozen climes myself, and what you say sounds plausible enough. Very well, on behalf of the camp I formally ask you to repair the ceruleum engines. I suppose that means I will be taking responsibility if anything goes wrong, so you may as well use your own two hands this time. That's the spirit! I knew you'd come round! Alright. Now we got the long drive over to Tertiary. And it's a long drive indeed. Like I'd say, real time, probably about a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Let's see. Right now we're at 10:18. Probably like 10:18 and a half or so. Beep. Just ignore me, Ovibos. I'm gonna drive right in front of you, but I'm not a problem. I'm gonna have to go around that. I'm gonna drive right through this group. Maybe we'll get lucky and that one will turn around right as we... Nope. Swing just slightly this way. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Probably gonna want to start cutting through the town a little bit. Avoiding as many of the big chunks of stuff as we can. Alright, 10:19 now. We're gonna cut this way. Yeah, so that's probably close to a minute and a half, 2 minutes to get here. Let me go far enough away that we de-aggro the automated slasher. Should be... There we go. Alice! This is when we get the horrible news. Lord Quintus, he took it upon himself. Morrighan and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties, and when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be offered a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free, free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, Yup. I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die. But most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over to them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. You what, buddy? You what? Speak with Alize. Why didn't we hop on our Fenrir? Let's get on the bike. Pew! 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 Can I attune to this Aetherite yet? I can! Ah, yeah! There we go. That'll make life easier. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you. Please. Queso. Well, got the Aetherite sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Flavius. Oh, it's you. The one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning. Until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate. I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. Alright, Alfie. So we still haven't gotten the blood smear cleaned. Cool. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we hope to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Think the 12. Think the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lamensin friends. I'd save it for the temple. Okay. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. How do I get out of here? Oh, hey, there's a blue quest up there. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Well, first, let's go to the blue quest and at least pick it up before we continue on to the south. How did I walk right past that person? Excuse me, ma'am. Have you seen a little boy with a hair a similar shade to mine? He's my son, and I can't find him anywhere. It all started when I told him we ought to seek refuge in your encampment, and he started wailing and sobbing like I'd never seen. Next thing I knew, he was running hell for leather, goodness knows where. I'm worried he may have left the station altogether, and the streets above are rife with danger. Please, could you find him for me? Oh, you will? Bless your heart. If I know my son, he's probably tried to return to our house to the north of Palatium Novum. Try there first before anywhere. He'll be easy to recognize, I should think, what with the color of his hair and all. How far away is it? It's kind of far. We'll go this way, we'll do the main quest first, and then while we're queuing for the dungeon, we'll come back here and try to finish that one up. Because we're... What are we on? Strange Bedfellows? We are 2 quests away from the dungeon. You probably saw my mouth move but heard nothing because I was muted. I said no, ignore me, to the ice trap or whatever it's called. No, ignore me too, Saiga. Yeah, that's right, you leave. Oh, hey. I found one of your brethren, though. Let's bring out the chocobo, because it'll at least help me kill these faster. Oh, that's right, I can't fly. I need to stop trying. I'm just gonna get sad and disappointed. We aggroed another Saiga. Subdue him first, then use the Conqueror's Chain. Good job stunning him, Vex. Consider him subdued. Next one's a little further along here. Then we have one more slightly to the southwest. Or, sorry, we have one more to the south, slightly to the west. Probably if we just follow this path. There you see no threats. Which means that this last one will probably see one more tempered, because it gave us 2 Conqueror's Chains. So I feel like that's a pretty safe assumption. And, you know, it's purple. Tempered soldier bars the way. Subdue him. So we'll burst phase him real quick. There we go. And then we speak with Thancred up this way. Oh, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The Tempered proved somewhat more troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Alright. This building. I know what building I'm going. Oh, I'm not even going inside the building. I'm just talking to her out front, eh? Okay. Morrighan. I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. Oh, well, some of them were receptive. Others, not so much. 'Tis a shame, honestly, Lucia. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participate in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees. Perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Now, actually, so I can stop making sounds. Before we pick up this next quest, because it's a doozy, but it's a good one, we're going to take another short break real quick. Let's do this. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much-needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you to seek out Y'shtola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest too. See that she is. You know what? I will do that. But as we all know, Y'shtola doesn't rest. Y'shtola doesn't believe in the word rest. Yeah, let's talk to this Chocobo Keep real quick. Well met, traveler! I'm not taking a Chocobo Porter. I shall be able to fly here soon. I've seen you before. In Tertium, yes? I was part of the first group transferred here. But there's someone I'm trying to find. A small boy, red hair. Have you seen him? Can't say I have. He's probably still refusing to budge. Well, my apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gala, 1st Legion. I've been doing what I can for the refugees, though I suppose I'm one myself. You see, I've always tried to help those in need. Some call me a busybody. In fact, before joining the military, I was a member of the Vigilus Urbani, and it was our duty to keep the citizenry safe. Old habits die hard, though, which is why I'm determined to look after that lad. He's been separated from his parents in the chaos, but he won't leave the station without them. Thing is, that's no place for a child his age to be fending for himself. You've seen the conditions there. He needs food and warmth, which you and yours have been kind enough to offer. I should go back to the station to try persuading him to join your camp. Could I trouble you to accompany me? It'll do him good to see you're not the monsters he probably thinks you are. Thank you. Well then, no time like the present. Yeah, actually there is. I will see you in a little bit. First, I should talk to Stola. Yes. I have been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first's wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing invite disaster. Upon setting down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time. We have sufficient time. If I recall, most of these are voice acted, so bye-bye.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
You're adorable, Emmanuel.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Minson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well now.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat. Take that back! Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
Dynamis is playing in the background again.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
Such a good song.
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
Same. Same, Lucia. Oh, hell yeah, I can even say that, basically. As do I.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Oh no. There's the roar. We didn't think to give the Garleans the warning scales yet. Probably because we didn't expect there to be a fucking primal.
On behalf of the Gallian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
We have gained the power. Take back, rightfully ours.
What? Emperor Varus?
They are being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
Damn!
Save me, brave hero!
You.
My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
And where did we disappear off to, huh? Where indeed?
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
Oh, food! Oh shit, speaking of food.
Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
Excuse me, what?
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing.
Okay. I have food that just arrived, so I will be right back.
We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some...
I remember who he is now.
And selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
He's like the second boss of the Alamigo dungeon. This is such a pain in the ass.
Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine? I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes.
This isn't the body he wants us.
Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Ah, exposition is in order.
You think?
The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple.
Valid.
But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima.
Who is Anima from 10?
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery.
Fair.
Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria.
Yeah?
I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion.
Listen, buddy, it's my sister that wants to bang you, not me. You should go find Folly. She'll be happy.
Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star.
And I do a good job of it.
The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone.
So he's doing all of this just because he wants another chance at us. How odd.
At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. And it would seem my friend has lost her appetite.
Well, and you know it wouldn't be a fair fight if I'm not in my own body.
I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion. but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
Done. 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 I feel like that's supposed to be a reveal of your character's eyes looking like his character's eyes.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
All right. And so we begin what is like one of the most divisive duties on the fan base liking it. Personally, I love the shit out of this one. But...
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue.
And I mean, this is a fucking... This is a difficult one. But...
Tempered soldiers, withstanding orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
It's so good. It's so good. Yeah. It gives you 30 minutes. You will fight as Unknown Imperial. Reach Broken Glass within the time limit. Come along. Time to familiarize yourself with that new body. Might I suggest a little fight to the death? And like, clearly, this soldier that you're playing as is not the fucking Warrior of the Light. So, obviously, you aren't as strong. You don't have as much abilities. Like, it's gonna hurt.
Not at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows.
Yeah?
Scurrying about like a rodent.
The Tempered Imperial has breathed his last. The unfortunate soldier was carrying a medical kit. You may use medical kits to restore depleted HP. While you can only carry a limited number, more can be found by inspecting fallen soldiers or wrecked Magitech. Oh yeah, that's right, because you... Were you in possession of your own body, you may have had the capacity to subdue rather than slay this soldier. In this battle, you are unable to use the full extent of your powers. To reach Camp Broken Glass quickly, you should avoid combat whenever possible. If you are discovered, your foes will give chase. The Magitech units are especially powerful, and your chances of defeating them in your current state are slim at best. But like... fucking hell. Someone's knocking on my office door. It's gonna be a minute. They're gonna have to wait. I can't walk away from this. Contains a medical kit. Soldier has breathed his last. Medkit in the cockpit. There we go. Reaper's Lake has been damaged, but the weaponry should still function. You may be able to clear a path if you can find the identification key and fuel. Come on. This was not the way. Okay. We can just run right past that one. And we can jump that. Discover a medical kit. Another medical kit. I know we need to check these for, so we gotta find fuel. And then we gotta remember where... Fuck. The, wrecked Magitech thing is. Ooh, small sack, small sack. That seems promising. Okay. So I have a 4-minute region going right now. Fuel concealing wreckage, huh? Okay, so I'm carrying this thing for 4 minutes. I need the key, though. Fuck. The biggest thing right now is we have plenty of time to carry this, but I need to get the key, which I feel like is going to be in that one there. So I need both of those tempered to leave. God damn it. Maybe I can... Not what I was looking for, but that'll work. Okay. So now we have more defense, and we have a regen. Well, the regen is for the next 3 minutes, the defense is for the next 4. I can carry this thing around for another 13. I swear I've interacted with probably close to everything here. There's the medical kit. Maybe I haven't. Maybe there's something that I skipped over here. No, I can't jump in there. Come on. Where's the damn key? I don't see anything around here that I haven't interacted with. Then we're back here. Fuck. Okay. Fuck! And now we're gonna go this way. Okay, we need the key, we need the key, we need the key. Okay, split the difference, split the difference. Nobody turn and look, nobody turn and look. I guess the key could be farther this way. Search the area for the pilot. Here I was looking around trying to find the... Well... Okay, you've not been turned, thank goodness. I thought I was the only one left. Oh, the bastards got my hand when they took down my Magitech Reaper. You can repair its leg, though it should still work. Here, take this key. If I had the use of my hand, I might have stood a chance out there. Please send help if you can. If I would have known that, I would have hurried back here sooner. It's okay, though. It's okay. It's okay. Depart the Magitech Reaper and proceed to Camp Broken Glass. Proceed while avoiding intempered Imperials. Like, yeah, this really isn't all that difficult. It's hard, but like, you just gotta, be smart about it. Don't get too aggressive and bite off more than you can chew. And fight and kill things. Our defense thing is almost gone though, and so is our regen. So that's unfortunate. Spent so much time looking around that We didn't get that. We got 6 medical kits, so... An almasty. Thanks, stranger. Always. We have to get back to the shelter. What was that voice? They found us. Get ready. All right, one at a time. Oh God. It's going to explode! Get behind the armor! Ugh. Here we go. Now we crawl. Unable to escape the blast, you begin to lose consciousness. Ugh! It's like what's it called all over again, the seat of sacrifice. Ugh. With the last of your strength, crawl to Camp Broken Glass. So I will say, having ran this a second time, it does not evoke the same feelings as the first time you ran it. Because like the first time we get to this part and I'm like, I fucking have to crawl the whole way there, holy shit. And like, not in like, I can't believe they're gonna make me spend the next 11 minutes crawling. But in like it fucking shows how strong the Warrior of Light is. And how desperate everything is right now. And it's just so good.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Euless? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
Thancred's got the
While
right
I know
of it.
full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Look at our slow saunter.
Well, time to call off the search.
I can't remember if it's her or if it's Y'shtola or Graha who catches on first.
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
It's Y'shtola. Like, or at the same time,
It
Graha
would
and her.
appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
And Graha notices on interacting
Where have
with
you
us.
been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Yeah, he notices now.
Who are you?
And there we are. Enough, Xenos!
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective, that. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
You really think so, buddy?
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
So I'm not dead yet?
I am pleased to report you are very much alive.
Everything in working order?
I think so.
That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Okay. Let me get my webcam back. Why is it being dumb? Why is it being dumb? There we go. Okay. You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? Good. Though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no, this ends now. Are you well enough to make your report? Sure. We'll see. This anima was summoned from the corpse of Emperor Varus. Does their depravity know no bounds? It seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that wave of ether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within. A primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Telophoroid's machinations. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Leviers, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magitech. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus do we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The diversionary forces will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Girdanian, and Lomensan delegations. They will begin the construction of bridges to make the Telophoroi believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Uldan, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Insuladium, a vast magitech manufactory in ruins now, of course, but the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telophoroid's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration forces can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry their materiel, it can carry us too, providing we sneak aboard unseen. Yes. The Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Fandaniel and Xenos. We will save the people of Garlemald and those who suffer the world over. I'll have my vengeance yet. Arr! We'll get off, Phil. You and me both. How quickly can we enact this plan? Fandaniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Of paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the Tower Babel on a whim. In Amon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Xandi used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You're to proceed north to Forum Patterns. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. I won't. Believe me, I won't. I am about as prepared as I could be. Real quickly though, we have a blue quest over here that we're going to pick up. We're going to go unlock the dungeon. We're going to take our 4th break in 2.5 hours, so for that I apologize. Well, now here's a sight that warms the heart. I never thought I'd have the honor to meet a hero of your pedigree, let alone beg for your aid. You see, I've got a shipment of supplies to send down to Tapper's Den, and having someone who knows the lay of the land by my side would go a long way to ensure its safe delivery. I'd defend it myself, but I have to carry the bloody thing. If you'd be so kind as to escort me, I'll assure you I'll make it worth your while. Well then, I'll be waiting outside the gates of the camp. Come meet me when you're ready. But don't take too long, monsters abound in these parts. Right. Of course, we gotta go to Tapper's Den. But that's completely the other direction, so let's go get this dungeon unlocked. But yeah, we're gonna take a short break before we queue up for the dungeon. And then, hopefully, we'll probably go back to standing, too, at that point. But hopefully it won't take us too long, or hopefully we won't have to take another break for quite a while. No more interruptions, hopefully. But again, I make no promises. Boom, 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 boom. That was a cool 720 we just did right there. Hell yeah. Zoom out just a smidge bit more. Zoom back in just a smidge bit. The music's just so good. All right. Morrighan, the way into the tunnel is clear. We've made sure of it. I wish you'd made sure to bring a coat instead. I didn't see what the other option was. Oh, I'll warm up when I throw a punch or two. Barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you have spent too long around this feral dog of a Dothar. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the crows. We will see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are from myself and my Nama alone, should I be blessed to meet her this day. As if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Stop, both of you! Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. As they're all in their normal clothing. Gods, Alisei and Urianger have to be freezing. Hello everyone, all set for battle I see. Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances. If rather more susceptible to the cold, let us review our strategy quickly if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Enceladium. We are to meet them there. We wait until the Tempered's attention is drawn by our diversionary force, then we sneak onto the train. Next stop, the Tower of Babel. If any, Tempered included, are injured, we Zayla will tend to them. You Scions must press on no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we're underground, so we'll need to make our ways to the Insuladium alone. See you there. And we're back to the good music. Ah, Chuchuto. Is there anything cool this way? Just an empty room? Okay. What about this way? Well, I mean, this way is where our actual dungeon is, so... Hail, it's good to see you, Morrighan. We heard that you collapsed, but were given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you recovered, and quickly enough to take part in the operation at that. As you will have heard, we've secured the way in. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Our comrade from Linte's Tears will lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon. The station is right this way. Tread lightly now. Oh. This is everyone. Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Telophoroid's leaders. But should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. It is indeed the force behind the towers. Destroying it will deliver our allies from the Telophoroid's reign of terror. And I, for one, would not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer, be it by Primal, Ascian, or anything else. Hear, hear. There's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do, together. Till the very end. The train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. Ah! That was a little aggressive. Just a little bit. The Tower of Babel, now accessible. Pew! Cool. So I will be right. So let's queue for this. With a party of other players, ideally. Let's pop food. And let's head to Tertium, where roughly 2 of our blue quests are going to be. Ooh, and we have a DPS that's already queued as well? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. If my prediction is correct, he should still be around here. His name's Velocis, but most know him better for his scarlet locks. Considering how reluctant he is to leave, I doubt he'd answer if we tried calling out for him. Would you mind helping me look? You know, perhaps in a second. First, I'm gonna go to this farther away one. We just need one healer and one DPS. What did this one give me? Crit and direct hit, but it's from quite a while ago. It's from back in like Stormblood. Or actually no, it might be from like mid Shadowbringers. But I'm mostly using the food for actually the God, my brain's drawing a blank. The 3% XP boost. Oh hey, there's the azure-haired boy. Come on. Nope, stop. Come on out. Vex. Of course, I dropped you right into that stun, Vex. I'm sorry. Another blocked street. Who are you? Your mom wants you, kiddo. Mother sent you? Tell her I won't go to the enemy's camp. I'm going home. Oh boy. Oh, it's just right up here. Whoopsie. Well, we'll skip that cutscene and commence. The Tower of Babel. Alright, what kind of healer do I have?
Now or never.
Honestly, I still can't tell. Sage? Yeah, I think that's Sage. No, that's just their gear. Whoever's that was just their gear that has that thing on their back. I mean, we're gonna find out in just a second here anyway. I have an Astro. Okay. Oh, I have 2 uses of Aurora now, too. Can I target it, please? God damn! My targeting got all whacked right there. I'm gonna hold my burst phase actually for this next group of enemies. We're slowing down. Our destination must be close. Can't get my angle to look good. A moment's reprieve. From here onwards, we should split into 3 groups to divide their attention. This part's pretty fun. Gonna wait for everyone else to get here. Alright, and we pull. I will say, like, most of this game does have, like, a very good, or like most of this expansion have very fun boss fights. Like, there's very few of them where I'm like, God, this fight sucks, and wish that it were different. Ooh. Was that a stack marker that I missed? Opposites attract. Same Z's pull away. Oh. Oh, hey. I don't have to worry about... what's it called? Melees, because, you know, I don't have any. I have 2 bards. Which is pretty cool, actually. I still need to, like, worry about making sure that this guy is facing away. But, like, I don't have to worry about making sure that people can reach his back. Everybody get out from in front of him. Yeah. I wanted to make sure I was able to get that regen. Because nothing sucks worse than being a healer and, like, throwing something up and, there we go. Okay. I will say, like, the one biggest annoyance I have with this dungeon is that it does force some single pulls on you. Like, you don't have much of a choice. But luckily, with, like, a group of actual people running it and not the trust, like, you still get through the pulls fairly quickly. And this part's also kind of cool for the fact that, you know, you can see the other parties over there fighting. Now it's going to be the group that's right here. Yeah, we're gonna blow our burst phase on this guy. We probably should have held it. But, oh well. It'll be up in time for the next boss. So our paths diverge, and let us see who gets there first. Magni. Oh, Magni. I don't think there's a second pull, buddy. I think this is the wall. Yep. Alright. So we have a minimize or toad mechanic during this fight. Toad is for when it's water, minimize is for when it's the spinning blades. Of course, this happened during my burst phase. I do hate how small the Astrologian's bubble shield is. So sometimes you're just nowhere near close enough. And it's like, well, shit. Lord Xenos put me in charge for a reason. I'll have your heads as playthings. Honestly, probably could have just stayed small instead of stepping back into the thing. Because of, It would have just worn off eventually, and actually being minimized in this fight doesn't drop your damage. Nobody... Curses, you have bested me! Something, something, something. Stand back. When is that they have? Ethos. Mage's Ballad or blah 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 blah. I don't know if I stood in something, or if things just happened to get a little dicey there. It's highly possible both of those were an option. I accidentally just made a dum-dum. You know what? I'm just gonna invuln. Because this hurt. Boundless pain. Oh shit! Out of that. I had forgot what ability it was. I was like, there's no way we're already to the part where we go to the second phase. And I was right, there was indeed no way. No, that's right here. There we go. A horrific roar tears at the fabric of reality. Obliviating claw. And then I'm gonna move forward. Bum 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 ba ba da ba da ba da bum 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 ba da 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 dum 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 da 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 dum 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 da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. It's not gonna matter. Okay, I was like, I hope I was in that. I was. But just barely. Oh, you would have been okay over there, buddy. Come on. Come on. There we go. Woo! Did I put GG in the chat? Nope. I did not put GG in chat. I got one player accommodation, I'll take it. I would have taken it without a player accommodation too, because I wouldn't have much of a choice now, would I?
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul.
May they indeed.
Come. The other two await.
Do 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 do.
This madness ends here.
Does it?
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Enough!
You crazy?
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Some manner of magical defense?
Cryle!
Cryle? But how?
Because she's Heidelin again.
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Heidelin! Feeble relic of a forgotten age! Hark! Victory is mine! No more ether. And I was so close.
But not close enough.
My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
I just want my friend to play with me.
What was that?
What was that indeed?
The final order issued by Anima to the tempered thralls.
Blow themselves? That's not what I meant to do. That was the wrong mouse. I didn't mean to bring my webcam back.
Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate.
Okay.
Of course. Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman! You monster!
Get him,
There's a funny
Alize.
joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it.
You know, I try.
We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound.
But barely, right?
I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him.
Alright. Whatever you say, Heidelin.
Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Okay.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Fandaniel said.
We can divide and conquer. There's like 30 of us. Send me to the moon. Only I can bring an end to this.
You're going alone?
Yes. Yes, I am.
You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
You're not wrong, Thancred. But we'll be okay. I believe. And of course, I didn't want to have to take a break, but I must take another break. Alright, let's turn in this quest to Alfie now. If all of the Temper are affected, Eulis and his comrades likely put up the struggle. We'll find a way to save them. We must. I only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. They will indeed. Yeah, I know, I can enter the Tower of Babel. Raha! Send me to the moon. I'm ready to be a space explorer. My apologies, I was lost in thought. This device is of elegant design, which leads me to think I was right about Fandaniel. Shit. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I cannot say, but bear it in mind. Let us turn to the task at hand. As Heidelin said, the flow of ether will transport you to Mare Lamentorum. We must hope this ally of hers can provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Fandaniel arrive to stop you. It seems we are ever one step behind. I have faith that you'll make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits, our prayers are with you. Now go, beyond the sky. Alright. Send me to the moon. Yes.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole.
Shit, sorry. Didn't mean to hit.
He waits.
My microphone boom.
Barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
Meanwhile, first playthrough, you know, you get to the moon and you're like, wait, all of the trailers, you, with me, Heideland's champion. But on our first playthrough, I'm like, wait, they made the moon seem like it was gonna be the end game. Like, that's where the whole expansion was heading. Did we get to the moon by level 83? What? Come here, ancient spirit. You and I need to talk. I return, I must return. Why? Lingering grief? What? Oh, there's multiple lingering griefs. Whoops. I did not get out of the way of any of those. Oh, it's okay. I was only silenced. I'm not a caster, so I'll take it. Home. I want. I need. Wait, don't go! Don't fade away! Not fade away. You mustn't touch. In cerulean halls, find me. Yeah, buddy. I will find you in just a second. But first, let me attune to this aetherite before I forget. Because, believe me, I'll forget. And that would be quite a shame. You attune to the aetherite? Well, that's good. I don't know why I suddenly got a southern accent. It happens. We'll go with that. It happens. Okay. Destination. Oh, oh. No steps echo through this looming spire save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence up above. Okay. Then allow me to ride my motorbike. I like to ride my bicycle. And it's out this door, where we meet the Watcher. Apologies. I have been preoccupied for quite some time, and am out of practice at conversation. Ever since this moon was created by Heideland, I have served as an integral part. I am the Watcher. I am responsible for the prisoner and the devices that hold him fast. Yeah? You're responsible for Zodiark? She left you in charge of him? Zodiark himself, a projection of the moon's core. Though rent asunder by Heideland, he grows more powerful with every rejoining. 7 there have been, 7 too many. And yet, for all his servants' machinations, he remains incomplete. The fallen are beyond salvation. No attempt would be made to free Zodiac, not until he is whole once more. But someone has taken action. The shackles that hold him nearly shattered. 6 locks to his jail, great and grand. Gargantuan swords driven deep, brands to bind Zodiac forevermore. 5 were destroyed by his would-be liberator. 1 of these I have restored. I strive to mend the remaining 4, but my efforts are being impeded. Souls sacrificed to summon Zodiac, their manifestation consequence of the waning seal. They labor in opposition to my work. They must be expelled for the preservation of all. You want me to kill them? If keeping Zodiac imprisoned is the right thing to do, I will aid you. Welcome in, Bridget. What is right and good? Ask 1,000 souls and receive 1,000 answers. I offer none. I am the watcher and the jailer. I am not the judge. Know this. Hydaelyn commands the forces of stasis, and this moon is the product of such power. So long as Zodiac remains imprisoned in this place, no more sacrifices will be made in his name, nor will those souls rendered up in his name fade into oblivion. You missed us, crawl to Camp Broken Glass. Go, meet with these wandering spirits. Do what you think is right. Alright, buddy. You told me to kill him. I'll do it. You haven't said it yet, but I know. You are my new old friend. And you just missed us finish fighting Anima. You must confront those lost souls, yes, but you need not expel them by might of arms. A feather touch, a firm word, simple methods may send them away, faint echoes as they are. Wear the strength of sentiment that drives them, however, emotions that do not fade even with the passage of centuries. And make haste, though yet distant, unwelcome guests draw near. Draw closer. Alright, well then let's get going. Hey, you ran right through that person. Ow. Let's heal up a little bit, you know, before we try to fight a dead thing. Where? When? How long? Oh. I was all set to fight. I was gonna kick some dead ass. Was it truly so long ago? We were happy, at peace with the star. We nurtured it, hoped it grow, with our will, our creations. Beating heart, its life, every soul a drop of blood flowing through its veins. To live, to learn, to create, to make better. The star flourished, as did we. Do you remember? No. Should I? As the whispers die, the final spirit fades. No shadows of time's long loss remain around the drowning friend. Woof! Woof, woof! You want us to ride? An unusually lustrous dog is gazing at you with what seems to be fond anticipation. It appears to be waiting for you to follow it. The lustrous dog leads the way. We are getting these streaming clips. Bridget, I'm hoping I can get so you can see Xenos at least before you have to go back to work. Believe me, I'm trying. I'm trying real hard here. I also, Bridget, have decided, I think what I'm going to do before we start the Final Fantasy VII playthrough, I'm going to at least push and try to get Morrighan through 6.1, so the first patch of Endwalker, because that will then be everything of this game's story will have been streamed or uploaded by me, and so then I can do like 6.2 through, you know, whatever is current off stream. Kind of thing. And I'm hoping that that'll be done. I'm hoping I can get it all done by next week. Even by like mid next week. So that we can start Final Fantasy VII playthrough at the latest. The dog silently regards the spirit lurking near the brand. At latest by, we in the star were fulfilled. Wanted for naught, mourned for naught. By Friday. By next Friday. So why did it have to end? Alright, come here, lingering grief. I have some bones to pick with you. Can I target one of them, please? So that is my plan for that. The final days taught us to fear a death forced upon us. The injustices of duties and dreams left unfulfilled. The grief of unexpected partings. Swift as darkness, cold as ash. Such tragedy, yet no catharsis. Such truth, yet no consolation. Fade away. Ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-da-da-bum. As the whispers die, the spirit fades. All is silent and still around the numbing rat. Alright, puppy. Where are we going next, doggo? The lustrous dog is once again staring at you expectantly. And who are you to deny it? Follow, and try to not fall behind. I shall do my best. But I can't just run through enemies like that, dog. We have a long way to run. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh. Where do we turn this quest in? No, that's not what I wanted. Yes, I know, it's in Ilsabad. Back at Tertium. So while we queue for the Dark Embrace, or the Dark Inside, whatever. While we queue for this next trial, when we get to it, I'm drawing blank. I'm gonna try and finish up some more of the side quests back in Garlemald for the Ether Currents, so that I can fly. Also, doggo, how did I end up in front? We run at the same speed. Regards the shadow that lurks near the brand. Yes. Yes. Perfection came crumbling down. Such overwhelming despair. In that moment we knew the end was nigh. The faintest glimmer of hope remained. We gave our lives that others may live. We gave ourselves to Zodiac. Zodiac, our Lord and Savior. To forge a world anew. There's so many of them. And they're all looking at me. To live and love again. Become one with the star. Fill earth and heaven with life. Birth paradise where fear is distant memory. Pardon me, but would you be so kind as to step aside? Yes, let me talk to my new old friend. That unmistakable color, the soul of a Zim. But not the friend I knew, I think. Nevertheless, you are you. So Im itself meant for you to act. You seem surprised. Why might that be? You're the receptionist at the Bureau of the Secretariat. No. We meet again, Hythlodeus. Again? I do not believe I have yet had the pleasure. I met you in Amarat, or the shade of Amarat that Im itself made. Im itself created a shade in my likeness. And not only me, but all of them. How very like him. A slave to sentiment even after an eternity. As you may have guessed, I am different from the shades you met before. No mere approximation, but the original. A soul sacrificed to Zodiac. We remember in vivid detail the events leading to our purgatory. The plans and plots for our resurrection, Heidelin's intervention, Zodiac's, and the stars' final fate. And then we drifted in a waking dream, our minds steeped in fog, until you came. I know not what you and your friends intend for Zodiac, or the future of the star. Nevertheless, in you I place my trust and faith. In you I choose to believe, as Im itself did. Believe in yourself, and all will be well. Oh no. They re-destroyed the brand. Or someone. More new arrivals, though. Ah, Vandania. That color I know. And another I do not. An unfamiliar but fearsome being. I have kept you from your duty. By way of apology, I will ensure that the shades hinder you no more. Protect the final brand. For if you don't, the world will end. Ooh. Fare you well, my new old friend. All right. We get to go for a fly now, I think. The Mart. The dog growls, agitated. We must protect the brand. Come on, boy! I don't feel like Argos is a boy, though. Cry havoc and let's slip the dog of war. That's you, by the way. The dog nudges you with its nose. You get the feeling it wants you to hop on? Yes! Let's ride the lustrous dog into glorious battle. Can I do this in first-person view? No. Hey, look at me slowly gaining XP as we go around in a circle. And I get to new areas. The Searing Brand. Southern Mare Lamentorum. Northern Mare Lamentorum. And we fly into a cutscene. That's a valid point, because he did not recognize the color of Xenos. I feel like this is going to be voice acted, so let's just go ahead and get rid of my camera. We were too late. Hythlodeus talked to us for too long.
In the nick of time, to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac!
Whoa.
Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance.
Then you'll give him that guidance?
But powerful. Oh, so powerful. More so with every passing moment. Such potential, even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand. You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now, A lesser but welcome amusement. Yes, a taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief.
Of course you do.
Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it.
Even Xenos there is like, what the fuck? Sorry, let me try that again. What the fuck? That's my best impression of Xenos saying it. I probably could have done it a little better if I had a little more time to practice. Oh wait, no, you guys can. Fuck it. We are the savior. We are the guardian. The keeper of natural order. We are the martyr. The bestower of new beginnings. We are.
Such lofty aspirations! And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction!
It cannot end this way. We must return and be made whole. This part's actually kind of fucking scary. We are the well of the stone, now and forever. Greater good, for the sake of the world.
Wrong, 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 wrong! Lies and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
No, we beg of you. The star must endure. Well, hello.
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
Bridget, that's what I've been telling you, is my theory. That the Golbez that we fight, not the one in the past, like in the Echo stuff we see, but the actual Xeno, or the actual Golbez that we fight, I think he is Xenos' shard.
All I craved and more. Boundless power. Mine to command.
I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos, but a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
Well, hold on. Let me summon my friends. And the 8 of us will trouble you. The dark inside, now accessible. While the music is good, we're not going to sit here and wait for this cue to pop. You think the actual Golbez was us? Possibly. I don't hate that idea. Or theory. I don't know if I like it that well, but I don't hate it. Oh, I want that dragon so bad. Alright, Bridget, have a good rest of the day. Who are you? Volosis, we've been looking everywhere for you. Still refusing to join everyone at the other camp, I see. Could be, actually. That's not a bad theory. I'm not going anywhere. Not without Mom and Dad. Don't you see? It's for your own good. I know you. Came here with Euless, didn't you? Please, you've got to listen to me. Mom and Dad are alive. I know they are. No one's saying they aren't. Sorry to burden you, but I have a feeling he'll be more cooperative once he's got this off his chest. Hear him out, would you? No. No, I don't think. Ooh, we have a healer that's queued up for this. Okay, okay. I don't hate it. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to item compare. Not as good. I'm hung up. Children are our future. Bum, bum. It says the average wait time is only 5 minutes. And there's nothing I can do. Like, I can't... With the dungeons and stuff, I can sit here and... that person is still in a cutscene there? Really? Damn. I can sit here and say, alright, we'll give it 5 minutes, and if it doesn't pop, we'll just run it as a trust. There's no trust option for this trial. There is for the next one. And so that's probably what we'll do for that one specifically, is we'll give it 5 minutes, and if it doesn't pop, we'll then run it as the trust. But, unfortunately, I got no choice with this one. Stop following me! No. Once again, the boy has taken flight and will likely be looking over his shoulder for signs of trouble from now on. With a weary sigh, you resume the hunt. Follow him from a safe distance. I know you're up to no good! You see nothing. Perhaps I lost her. The perhaps you didn't. This way's blocked too. We're going home no matter what. Gasp. Must have been the wind. You're right next to danger, buddy. You are going to get hurt. Gasp. Le gasp. Perhaps I lost her. Doubtful. Must have been the wind. You just hurry up, kid. Damn it! Oh! I didn't know he did that. Or I forgot he did that. Shit! It's so far to go. Alright, well, it doesn't matter. We got the darkened side to pop, so. It would have been nice to hit level 86 before the dungeon, or the trial, but it is what it is. I won't complain too much about it. Full party, huh? I have become Zodiac.
Establishing connection. All creation shall bend to my will.
Okay, we have a sage. And maybe a white mage? No, a scholar.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings.
I have ran this fight so much, grinding it to get the card. I could tank this in my sleep, probably.
Malice, become flesh!
Let me get myself up to number 2 on the aggro list, just in case something goes bad. Then I'll stance off again.
to see the end.
Over here, front corner.
Soon my hold of a Zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine!
I have become Zodiac.
At last, I am become Zodiac. The natural order overturned. All in existence, bent to my will.
Look at that. I'm like perfectly right there.
My life's work, my masterpiece.
Okay, edges and then middle?
How I've waited for this day!
Which way are we rotating?
All in existence, bent to my will!
No! Ooh, that's rough. Healer.
The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated! From broken skies fall tears of flame! All shall burn! Will you live to see the end? All in existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end? I have no need for restraint.
Okay, so we want to be up front. front over here. Actually, just pretty much right here is going to be safe for everything. Okay, which way are you rotating?
All existence bends to my will. Will you live to see the end?
Okay, we want to be up front here. Still up front here.
Will you live to see the end?
Alright. There we go. Finally, someone did it. Oh, please, all of you get out of the way of that. Which way are we rotating? GG, y'all. Is
this the limit of your power? Is this how it ends?
Oh, it doesn't even do that for me? Okay. I'm not going to bring the webcam back because it's just going to have to go away. 3 player commendations, let's go! Well done. My preparations are complete, and I stand ready to seal Zodiac once more. Withdraw now from this place. The teleporter will deliver you to safety.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory. From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. Could have been the same had Xenos died in my place.
Wait, what?
But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My My sole regret is that you lived to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire.
Uh-oh.
Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final days!
How quickly strength fades, and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee.
There's Amon's hat.
The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I snare. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Zande. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
Oh, this part.
At last.
This fucking part. Deep breaths. Slow and steady. The horror. Whose voice was it? You saw it too, yes? The blue star below thrown into turmoil? Then it was no illusion. All was truth. With the death of Zodiac, the laws of nature over which he presided have begun to unravel. The final days are upon us. What you witnessed was an omen granted by the Echo, a vision of the horrors to come. Time grows short. There he is. My friend, where is our fight? Not now, Xenos. I have more important things to do.
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day.
You're too distracted.
Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager.
Already
you turn to them and away from me. I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage.
Good luck.
For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair.
Hope will win the day.
We shall see.
We just let him go. Because he's not gonna fight dirty. He's not gonna hit us while our back is turned. He wants an honest-to-God fight with us. Not a cheap win. And it's oh so good. I sense his presence on the moon no longer. If you need not follow, then I beg you stay and listen to what I have to tell you. Of Zodiac, and the end of all things. Okay, before we pick up this next one though, I am going to go use the bathroom again. So, I will be right back. Let me pull this back up. Okay. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surrounds is in order. I have more than ill tidings to share, you see. I sensed others arriving not long ago. Though my communions with Heidelin have grown infrequent, I have learned enough from her to know these are your comrades. And as luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let us join them. Will you take me there on my own, or am I gonna have to... Okay. Okay. Let's equip the recommended gear. We'll look like the paladin here for a minute, but it's fine. It's okay. I wanted to look like my paladin self. I don't know how close I have to be for it to be considered the sanctuary for me to change clothes. So as soon as it says that, I'm going to press the gunbreaker button so that I can become a gunbreaker. Or have the correct glam equipped at least. Well, hello, Y'shtola. Thancred. How do you do? Oh, and Oriange. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We did what we could to subdue the Tempered before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonated explosives, killing themselves and others. The contingent's healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. Lest you wonder, Mistress Kryl hath also been delivered unto their care. Serving as a conduit for Hydaelyn's power hath taken its toll, but she will recover in due course. As for Alfino and Alize, they insisted on remaining in Garlemald while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already come to a conclusion. Aye. But what manner of conclusion, if I might ask? And is this the ally whom Hydaelyn, Jesus! Well, what manner of conclusion, if I might ask? And is this the ally whom Hydaelyn bade you seek out? He is not unlike the Shades of Amarant. Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Hydaelyn together with this place. It has ever been my duty to keep vigil over Zodiac, or rather it was my duty. Well, for you see, I have slain Zodiac, and incidentally might have caused the end of the world to happen because of it. To be fair, him itself warned us this would happen. He said if we killed Zodiac and got rid of him, the end of Final Days would come back. Then Zodiac is no more. And not without consequence, I am afraid, for now the delicate weave of the star, preserved by his presence, will begin to unravel. If you mean to avert the Final Days, you shall have need of... Are you alright? No. My attempts to forestall Zodiac's release must have all but exhausted my strength. If you allow me to rest a short while, I will share with you all I can. Please do. You need not exert yourself on our account. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May we peruse them while we wait? By all means. If you would review them chronologically, might I suggest beginning with those on the upper floor? Sure, buddy. Absolutely. I shall leave that to you, Morrighan, while I see what can be gleaned from the crystals on these lower levels. I, too, shall look around. Turn around. To the top. You can fall through? I really wish I could fly. You know what I haven't been fucking doing? These. Although I guess to be entirely fair, I didn't get a whole lot of time to not be trying to interact with or follow someone, so... As you gaze into the crystal, ancient knowledge of Zodiac flows through your mind. Daily summary, no abnormalities detected. Appears to be a record of a long, lonely vigil on the moon dating back to the beginning of Zodiac's imprisonment. Oh, poor guy. Knowledge of past calamities flows through my mind. The records describe how, with each rejoining, Zodiac's thirst for freedom grew, as did the strain on the brands. Maintaining Zodiac's imprisonment appears to tax Hydaelyn greatly. Past rejoinings flows through. Describe the Watcher's efforts to prepare in the event Zodiac broke free. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly with the Loperates, though it is not clear who or what they are. Brightly glowing. A record of an unexpected visitor flows through my mind. Records note the Watcher's musings when Elidibus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. It is clear he and his brethren have a keen interest in freeing Zodiac from his prison, and yet they have made no attempt to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer he remain hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realize we would never dare bring harm to Zodiac so long as he remains imprisoned. Okay. In Shadow's Wake. Bam, 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 bam. Did you learn anything of import? So it is as we suspected. Maintaining the brands requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th Umbral Calamity. I too made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we know to be the moon was in fact created by Hydaelyn. When the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant this facility. Truly, Hydaelyn's powers are far beyond anything I could have imagined. I wanted to lower my chair a little bit more. I thank you for affording me this short reprieve. Is this whole thing going to be voice acted?
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Long ago, before the Great Sundering, there was but a single word, Aetheris. One day from within the earth, a terrible cry issued forth, affecting a profound change in all manner of life. We were not exempt. Our creation magics ran rampant, giving shape and form to thoughts of hopelessness and despair. At first, the phenomenon was limited to a single region, but quickly, so very quickly, it spread and engulfed the whole of the star.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
They were not. However, the Convocation struck upon a method to predict where next the corruption would manifest. The etheric energies which flow through all of creation in the form of various currents. The currents which course through the lands and seas. Those which flow through the very air. And those of a celestial nature which encompass both our star and this moon.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
Nor would I expect you to be. Few scholars of our time knew of their existence. Their invaluable knowledge helped us to better understand the nature of the calamity. Likewise, the terrestrial ones of earth and air, the celestial current, or like the terrestrial ones of earth and air, the celestial currents form a vast network, but the ethereal distribution is not consistent. The Convocation soon realized that the inciting incidents occurred in regions where the flow was weakest. Correlation without clear cause, ultimately. Nevertheless, on closer study, a stagnancy of ether was observed in nearby currents.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived.
Damn.
No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Precisely. With the advent of Zodiac, our end was averted.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
Indeed. There was a faction opposed to Zodiac's creation, but their aim was never to unmake him. They understood the continued preservation of the natural order was dependent on his very existence. Until we could identify and address the underlying cause of the final days, he would need remain, for his departure would set in motion those apocalyptic forces once more. Hydaelyn recognized this as well, and so, rather than destroy, she sundered Zodiac, herself and the star into lesser reflections, that she might confine him in this place. I could have sworn she beseeched me to banish the darkness. Then what she told me in the ethereal sea was false. That the two once dwelled as one until Zodiac grew hungry for power, upsetting the balance twixt them. Not quite a lie, though a rather gross embellishment. But knowing what you know now, you must surely realize why she might opt to obfuscate and mislead. Hydaelyn and Zodiac are both constructs of man, approximations of perfection limited by our own imperfections. Zodiac was, without question, the more powerful of the two, having been born from the sacrifice of half of Theris's population. Thus was it necessary for Heidelin to commit herself wholly to his defeat. Still, more effort was needed to confine him. Maintaining the brands taxed her greatly. With what power she dared spare, she cried out to any who might listen, and offered her blessing to those who heeded her call. Though it was likely within her power to do so, I believe she did not wish to speak of Aetheris and her history. Like Zodiark, Heidelin's purpose is a reflection of her creators. They wish to look to the future and not linger in a prison of the past.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Heidelin is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
That's a valid point. What will become of them indeed? The nomenclature is more fitting than you know. Bring ruin to the source, and its reflections will share in its fate. Ah, it is ready. This way, if you would be so kind. A beautiful sight, is it not?
Yes, but what is it?
Was it not there when we first arrived here? Heidelin knew better than any that her power was not absolute. Indeed, she has ever struggled to hold Zodiark and his faithful at bay. She feared the worst and so made preparations. In the event of his demise, there would be a contingency. This moon is more than a prison. It is a vessel capable of bearing the people of Aetheris to safe harbor. It won't let me skip it. You need not go too far to find its pilots. In fact, I should be happy to take you to them and fulfill my final duty as Watcher in the dark. Do 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 do. Bam bam bada bam bam bam. Oh, let me bring my webcam back. There we go. Let me use this coffer really quickly. The time is come for you to be on your way. The crater at the heart of Mare Lamentorium, or Mare Lamentorum, where Zodiac was imprisoned, is not so easily traversed, however. Let us call upon Argos, the familiar whom you met earlier. He should have no trouble bearing you across. As Heidelin created me as the jailer, so too did she create Argos as the guard. It's in his nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Strange. Mayhap the imbalancing of ether has affected him. Let us make for the crushing brand, and attempt to call upon him there. You need but recall the path you walked with Argos before, and you will find your way. If he labors in service to Heidelind's plan, I see no reason not to do as he suggests. Shall we make for this crushing brand, then? Yes, we shall. To the northeast. Ow. I'm fine. I just broke my ankles. It's okay. Hey, there's Moose Princess. Yeah, that's way that way. There, I ain't getting that. Whispers. Oh wait, that's not this area. That's the final area of Endwalker. Maybe we're lucky and they didn't, like, put any of them... Oh, shit. Any of them on this half of the, area. I genuinely don't remember where they are. So... Before we interact with Argos and leave, though, I am going to go a little bit closer to the edge. I don't think we can get this one because I'm pretty sure this is the one. It is up there. Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, maybe they didn't put any of them here. And they're all, you know, on the other half of the moon. The place we seek is just ahead at the Chlorophosgrot. You see, Argos cannot manifest without sufficient concentrations of ambient ether. You would be hard-pressed to find a greater confluence than inside this cavern. Follow me. Okay. Will do, buddy. Will do. Boom, 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 boom. But we're gonna try to, you know, not have to fight all the Weepers in the area. We're gonna have to fight some, I think. I'll come stand right here. Turn around. Turn around. That's right. Yes, here will do nicely. The lunar spongoi draw ether from the ground, which is then dispersed into the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite sufficient for Argos to manifest. Might you be... Okay, wait, what? Attuning. Bam, 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 doo, doo. There we go. Well, hello, Argos. Argos manifests in a flash. Seems glad to see you again. A most fascinating creation of Heidelind's. Would you not agree? Should the need arise, he is even able to create reflections of himself on a whim. Now I assure you it was no reflection which accompanied you earlier to the brand. No, Argos was quite eager to be at your side then, as he is now, it seems. I cannot recall when last he showed such an affinity for anyone. Indeed, I thought him more likely to shy away from you and your companions. Perhaps it was more than a sense of duty that compelled him to aid you before. Mayhap it was. As for your companions, They each get an Argos too. Unexpected, but greatly appreciated. I believe we are all ready. Then let us return outside that you may cross the chasm. Bum 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 bum. Bum. It aggroed to us and then ran completely the other direction. That's funny. Alright. Goodbye, buddy. What are you, Damn. I wanted to know what his party finder was. Your destination is the structure there across the Cradle of Darkness. But climb onto Argos's back, and he will take care of the rest. Once you have arrived, it should not take long to find the ship's crew. The facility is designed to rouse them from their slumber in the event of Zodiac's destruction. Heed their counsel. Together you may guide the star and its people to a kind of fate. This is where we part ways, but know that I shall ever be watching and praying for your success. Our allies' assurances notwithstanding, we cannot be certain what awaits us on the other side, so perhaps it would be best if we did not all go at once. I propose the two of us cross first while Thancred and Oriange wait here. Okay. I don't think that that's there before you defeat Zodiac. A malefic ether yet permeates from the crater. Remnants of Zodiac, most like. And I just didn't notice. I mean, to be fair, I hardly ever notice it when I'm flying, teleporting in here anyway. So, not that hard to imagine that I'd overlook looking at it. You discover a new location. This structure is enormous, though that is hardly surprising given the size of the average Omorotin. Apologies for the wait. Right then, let us head inside and... Oh? All that remains but one. Most intriguing. A means by which he conserveth energy, mayhap. Well, I certainly wouldn't want him to blink out of existence on our account, hopeful as he's been. Thank you, Argus. We'll take things from here. Woof woof! If Argos is to remain without, let us not keep him waiting over long. I would love an 8-bit version of Dynamis, actually. There's an 8-bit version of Endwalker, and I think I would really love an 8-bit version of Dynamis. I just tried to fly again, and I can't. It won't let me. Okay, wait. 64 yalms to the... So it's like right over there.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
They're adorable. Oh, it's Sleeping Way.
Look lively, everyone! I know, this 1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Etheirys to safety! Our time has come, my friends!
It's amazing how well they lined up perfectly.
We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Etheirys. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
Aww. They're adorable. They file out perfectly too. Damn. I love how in shock all of us are.
Curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
Perhaps?
Dancrid's mouth is watering a little bit. He looks like he might be trying to figure out how he could eat them. They must be the Lawpirates mentioned in the Watcher's records. Not at all what I expected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I assume the one who gave that rousing speech was their leader, though we might have to ask about in order to track them down. Come on then, let us be about it. There it is. Where's our next one? 148 yalms to the north is, I think, up there on that platform. Oh, my webcam isn't back. I'm glad I took a chance and looked up. Hum hum hum. Hum hum hum. Hum 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 hum. The leader of the crew? Not me, I'm afraid. Singing Way's the name. I'm in charge of the construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. Only the crispest, cleanest air for the people of Etheirys, and that's a promise. Speak with the dozing Lawpirate? I will in just a second. Camping Way. Dozing Lawpirate. Sleeping Way, Dreaming Way. Leader? No. Sleeping Way. My job is... Perhaps I'd better ask. Sleeping Way time. Sleeping Way be eepy. The Snappy Lawpirate next. Yeah, that one's up above me. I'm gonna probably keep getting pings for it until I gather it. Or end up like right on top of another one. What? How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? Hum. Take me to your leader. Leader? Yes, look no further. I am the one you seek. I am Living Way. Well, looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it. Is this all of them? A group comprised entirely of children. What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery after all, though perhaps we should build one. Or did we build one already? No matter, you needn't worry your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. But goodness me, we shouldn't be standing about gawping. I must take you to meet the others. If you could run along back towards the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's the large glowing ball at the center, if you should find yourselves lost. I shall gather the others and meet you there. Okay, buddy. Well then, back to the upper floor it is. Indeedly doodly. Which is probably when it would be best for us to get that ether. Honestly, I'm quite surprised there isn't a way up to the thing from that side. 'Tis a shame, really. What was... Flying would be so helpful here. Honestly, it would. But... we'll get there. In time, we'll get there. Ooh, 174 yalms to the south, huh? That one's gonna be outside. To the northwest. To the north. Let me go gather this real quick. Because I'm fairly certain we can just run across. Oh, I should probably zoom in a smidge. So that when we are talking to people and it doesn't like take us into a cutscene to talk to them, they're a little easier to, everything's a little easier to see.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order. My name is Living Way, and we are the Lotharites. Created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Etheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Living Way's the name, map reader and navigator of the heavens.
That is adorable.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Etheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration.
This is true.
Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations.
We are not children.
Still not following? No? well. I shall elaborate further. Here, we have Etheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Etheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
No kidding.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Etheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun.
Okay.
The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core.
That's where you're
Sadly,
going.
there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Etheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim. Which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers.
Really?
We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement.
Okay, so you have put a lot of thought into this.
No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak.
Do you have, like, cryotubes so we can sleep, and once we get there, will you wake us up?
We have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential. I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I don't like being called a child.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon?
Hydaelyn.
Gwendolyn herself led you here. You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
Like non-existent.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher?
Yup.
Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Etheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages.
Oh boy. One book has all the history of
it was a bridge
Etheris
to make
kind.
small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it?
She's got the zoomies.
Building way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
I mean, in theory, though, if we're shrinking them by 1/3, or down to 1/3, we can fit triple the amount of places now. Or, yeah, triple.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Let's open this chest coffer really quick. See if it's worth glamming, because it's not going to be better than what we have. Okay. 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 How does it die? Not terribly. We might keep that one as glam, we'll see. Right then. Now that you're here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us all in their terrible grandeur, so it is imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there is anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed post-haste, and addressed it we shall. Here at Bestway's Burrow, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced myriad amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you've all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with foodstuffs? Meet me at the Caratorium and we'll see about filling your bellies. Oh boy. Oh boy. She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of Etheris wrought into its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn more of the Loperites and this vessel. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. 330 yalms to the south. That's gonna be outside. Which I'm not necessarily. Oh god, we. 370 yalms to the west. I feel like it's gonna be on like that platform right there. Maybe not. Oh no, it's on that platform right there. Okay. Okay. Welcome to the Caratorium. Here we create prototypes of the various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuff production. Cooking Way, pleasure to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many, many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet. From the reference materials we received, why, I've practically worn the words from those invaluable pages. Naturally, we've also considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up, and we're all quite famished. Hop along the platforms here and you'll find a storage unit full to bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. Okay. Jump. 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 We'll go that way in just a second, but first, let's attune to this Ethernet, or ether current. This is our 3rd out of 10? You open the storage crate or storage unit and find a rainbow-colored assortment of carrots. Let's go with the peculiar-looking blue. The blue variety is strangely supple to the touch and smells vaguely of mint. Its excessive length and girth only adds to the dubiousness of the so-called carrot. Are you certain you wish to eat this carrot? Yes, but first... Oh, no, that is 100%. Okay. On second thought, you elect to simply take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it would be prudent to ask Cooking Way whether it is safe to eat first. So, did any of our selections set your mouth to watering? Ah yes, a fine choice. One of my personal favorites, actually. Please dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think. With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. You're taken by surprise when blue juices burst forth from the carrot and dribble down your chin. As you take your second bite, you can feel your mental faculties sharpening. Your mind opens to the universe, and for a brief moment, the mysteries of existence are simple, transformative truths. But the revelation is fleeting. When you at last finish the carrot, a sweet yet sour aftertaste lingers on your tongue, and the number 42 in your mind. Philosopher's Carrot. What did you think? Unlike anything you've ever tasted, yes? The Philosopher's Carrot improves mental fortitude, something of a shock at first bite, but it's well worth the enhanced powers of cognition. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. As you see, we have a carrot for every occasion. But what if I don't like carrots? You don't like carrots? Oh, you must mean you don't like them served in this fashion. Worry not, we have pureed versions on hand if you haven't the time to chew. I take it you too had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and naught else. If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on Etheirys? Surely you are aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate. Of course we are, but, well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss of where to begin. And so we decided, rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's all well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways, but our primary concern was efficiency, and what's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? A rather strange approach to take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named in the Old Tongue. You know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance the Watcher speaks. After we received a great tome of words, a dictionary, that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language. Adverbs, gerunds, present continuous, verb conjugations, just the basics. Then we found the terms related to our given tasks and used them to form new names. Aren't they helpful? No, not really, but it does explain a great deal. Wherefore didst thou thy kind deem such a change necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I see. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Etheirys as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Until such a day, when I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear there is naught but carrots on the menu. Okay, purple carrot juice. Okay, before we pick up this next quest, I'm gonna take another break. So we will be right back. I think we've had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way. Well, I don't know about that, but we'll see. We'll see. To the northwest. You know what? While we're here, we might as well head that way. Because I don't remember if it does come up around here again. I would assume that it comes back up around here, but I don't remember for sure. And I'd rather not have to come all the way back this way on the off chance it doesn't. Southeast. 898 yalms to the south, so like way this way. That's outside. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely glad we went and got it now that it's outside. I thought it was just going to be farther in this room, but I was way wrong. Son of a bitch, I'm sorry. I'm sure that did not sound good coming through the microphone and speakers. Yeah, that almost peaked, actually. The getting around on the moon kind of sucks. Oh, son of a bitch, it is still in there. God damn it. Well, how close is the ether current here? 28 yalms? It's gotta be, like, up there. Fuck! I got down here and I was like, wait. That's still... yeah, no. Damn it! This is when flying would be great, which is why I'm trying to get it. Ugh. It didn't make sense for it to be outside, and that's why I was so confused, and I was like, oh. Oh, it's outside. No, I'm just dumb. Boom. Yep, there it is. Here we are, the apparel production station. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task. Creation magics. Heidelin, in her infinite wisdom, blessed us with the selfsame affinity for magic her people are possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course, and I know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra vis we needed. My, how resourceful. Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. You will also be impressed to hear we've read all about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume? This has also been taken into account with our designs. But why take my word for it when you can simply try on our clothes? Make yourselves known to the workers and they will see to the rest. Yes. Yeah, let's go get dressed. I'm pretty sure they're all different forms of, like, burlap sacks is mostly what it looks like if I remember correctly, and I could be misremembering. It's been known to happen. Bloop, 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 bloop. Restless Loperet. Ah, it's you! One of the visitors from Aetheris! Goodness me, Mapping Way wasn't kidding! You really are smaller than the Watcher. Oh right, you're here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today? An outfit that embodies my bloodlust. Something simple, yet functional. A fashionable and refined an outfit that embodies my bloodlust. Embodies your what? This will only take a moment. Yep. Sounds about right. There we are, all finished. A perfect fit, if I do say so myself. I would be lying if I said I understood what bloodlust is, but I assume it's something you enjoy. I made certain the clothes are flexible yet sturdy enough to endure whatever it was you're planning to do while wearing them. And you gave me a mask, so... Would you look at that? Speechless. And there I thought you might not like it. If you've a mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisan? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. Must continue wearing these in order to progress. Well, shit. That's a shame. Let's go talk to the Jubilant one. See what he can giveth me. I wonder what my pants look like. They look like they might be like green or red, like pajama pants? Oh, there's an easier way to do this. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Screen lock? Nope, that wasn't it. Is it? Or... Nope. I don't know. I was trying to get my HUD to go away. Instead, I took a screenshot. Ah, no one said you'd be coming! How can I help? You wish to try my clothes? Really? Of course, it would be my honor. Did you have anything in mind? Got anything with a little more flair? I'm looking for clothes with an altogether different design. I think I can handle that. Let's see. This should do. It's not that much different. Some of my best work yet. You're a strange one, aren't you? I honestly wasn't sure what to do when you didn't ask for anything specific. I take my work seriously, however, and I am never one to disappoint. That ensemble is a blend of concepts from myriad professions, all-purpose attire for the modern woman of Aetheris. I was worried how the concept would turn out when put to the proof, but it looks stunning on you. Won't you go and show Livingway? I'm sure she's eager to see what we've come up with. Yep. Ah. Doo-ba-doo-doo. I mean, it is a little better than the last one, but it's not great. My, don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. Shh, you needn't speak. I can see your adoration for the moon and wheel operates in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same having sampled our creations. Oh? I doubt it. They're all gonna come back wearing roughly the same. Yep. Although Thancred's arms do look pretty nice. But... sorry to have kept you waiting. They insisted we sample all of their concepts ere we returned. Verily, 'tis an ensemble most becoming. Honestly, Urianger's actually does look the best. The silence! I think it's past time we return these clothes. Agreed, Thancred. Agreed. I was so confident our garments would meet with your approval. Oh, whatever are we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us that, in his time, everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern tastes by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but... Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Aetheris, they will most certainly have need of your attire. 'Tis clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my tastes, even if it is of inferior make. But there are others whose choices may be influenced by tradition or personal experience. Rather than make assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their potential preferences. I fear we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Oh, even if we'd memorized every tome we received, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Maybe we're doing you a disservice trying to shower you with our baubles and frippery, thinking it was for your benefit when we'd be better off on your own. There are some who might agree. People who prefer to keep others at arm's length even when they know they shouldn't. As one such form of fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Heidelin's love for Aetheris, and the salvation of the people of that star, and that star alone, has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all. Fair. I suppose you're right. Worried about Rin, are ya? Livingway, might we have leave to explore Bestway's burrow unattended? You have given us much to think about. Why, certainly. Until later, then. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There was actually something I wish to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we? Hello, fidgeting lopperit. What's up? My apologies, I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about the visitors come from Aetheris, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Aetheris refuse to come? What if we can't save them? Oh, it's clear we've made a mess of things. Oh, but wait! You still haven't visited the domiciles! Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is, I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growingway, by the way. See you soon. I'm gonna teleport back to Bestway's burrow. You're here! You're really here! Oh, shit. Morrighan and Initari, eh? Crikey, even your names are amazing. Well, Morrighan, we'll be using this teleporter to enter the residential area. Whenever you're ready. Doodle-doo-doo-doo.
Ready the teleporter.
You sound way different than I thought. My bad.
Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Ooh, we're gonna hear something we shouldn't hear. Or that we weren't supposed to hear.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
It would be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Etheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
I feel.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
They would not, like the collaborators might not actually like that.
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Or quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Ah, idle musings. 'Tis no trifle thou dost ask, yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Alright, where's my webcam? There it is. Now. Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. Oh, shame you couldn't see it though, you really would have liked it. Hell yeah. It may not seem like it, but we've been planning for this longer than I'd care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this or that. But the one thing we all agreed upon was that the people of Etheris wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we're striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place they'd hop at the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. You've already had a look at around the Caratorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the east end of the borough. Follow me. Greatest Innsvale? All's Vale at Innsvale is the name of this quest, which is why I love like how 14 does their namings. Bloop, aw, bloop, aw. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Good, you're here. Through this door is Greatest Innsvale. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils, the most beautiful forest you'll ever see. We understand the people of Aetheris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces and the like, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll to the fountain? This way! Bling, 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 bling. Bling, 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 bling. Alright, we got 2 blue quests up already. Which means we'll probably have 2 more that we can unlock over this way. Eventually. Okay, I know where that one is. We'll have to come back to that one in a minute. That I know for sure we'll have to come back to. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. So what did you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant? Simply sublime? Couldn't see the forest or the trees. You don't mean those crystals out there are? I didn't see any. Wait, do you mean those... Right you are! Our forest is made of crystals and constructs, dotting the landscape as far as the eye can see. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening. But after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation systems, this place produces air as clean as that you'd find in a forest on Aetheris. The fountain here behind us, powered by the rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent making it the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a nice long stretch and a spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you could do with a stretch yourself. Do a nice big stretch near Growing Way? Only if he's gonna say big stretch. That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worth the many years spent building this place. If it's not too much to ask, it's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through this forest with someone from Aetheris. Could we, maybe? Yeah, in just a second. Let me go get this ether current. You will? Oh, be still, my quivering whiskers. Growing Way is now accompanying you. Our next one is to the west. Oh, wait. That's the actual... Shit. I want to make sure we don't miss any talking points, so we're going to go to this one first, because this is an optional one here. And then we'll come back. What? No, I'm not sure what it is you do with crystals on Aetheris, but we don't eat them, and certainly not this one. It's possessed of all 6 elements: wind, lightning, earth, fire, water, and ice. We use crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning, though, that because of Hydaelyn's influence, being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis and all, manipulating the elements here is different than it might be on Etheirys. A conjuring of fire would sooner dry your cloth than singe an item, for example. Put simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Of course, this was all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiac in check. Now, what was it I asked him? Asked if I can taste the rainbow crystal. That makes sense. Because it was a pun on Skittles. I was thinking, Morrighan, that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what it is we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiac, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Hydaelyn gave us our first task: furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Hydaelyn shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. But anyway, let's keep going. Okay, so I could have just... Okay. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we'd need 4,000 years to make all this? It certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless support systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was that brief period where our productivity came to a screeching halt, when that bizarre red satellite was sent up from Etheirys. The Alligans mischief, I think. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiac. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can't tell you how relieved we were when Hydaelyn informed us to its destruction. Oh yes, there was a much joyous humming that day. Say, do you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact they're massive crystals and not trees. I'll give you a hint. It's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Along with the device fixed near the ceiling, they fulfill a role similar to our sun, and do so better even. The sun and similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight, or rather a close approximation of it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different curvature. Yes, indeed, the forest truly is the greatest. Is that so? I mean, those trees all look the same, but then there are those trees which are slightly different. Okay. Valid. Probably didn't need to sprint a whole 30 feet. There was something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh, right. The propulsion system and habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago, and with that, the most important features were fit for purpose. Which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Etheirys. Why not go and visit Etheirys yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Were our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the results could be disastrous. Then there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Hydaelyn. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we besieged her to find people on Etheirys we could trust to help. We were quite surprised when I think they were contacted by the Sharlians. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited, hopeful Hydaelyn would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens, and a means to travel here to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you would like Greatest Innsvale, I knew it! Thank you again for coming here, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me. There you are. I take it you've already received